Hello? Who is it? Welcome, welcome. Clicking a couple of buttons on my end. I think that's done it. Hey, I reckon we're good. I reckon we're good. Welcome in. Hi, hi. Don't know why you say goodbye when I say hello. I mean, I'm a contrarian. What can I say, Stewie? I do it because it's funny. I do it because it's a meme. How you doing, bud? Welcome, welcome. Looking good. I don't know. It's getting to a place that I'm pretty happy with. It's getting to a place that I'm pretty happy with. I wouldn't say that it's like solved yet. I would not say that it's solved yet. It's certainly a lot better than it was before. Finally on at a time that you can reasonably watch for a bit. Yeah. If anything, I'm still late today. I should have been on half an hour ago, but my bad. My bad. I'm working on it. I'm anticipating that I'm going to continue being a bit late for streams for the next couple of weeks. Like that. Place it in the next layer up. Boom. Delete that layer. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Enjoy your look, miss. Heck. Fine. Let's go granular with it. There we are. And cups. Paste. Merge those layers. And call them 4 rocks. Work on moving? Yeah. What's more on time management after I said, yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. Hi, Jojo. It's tough. It's tough. Sometimes we all fall down. Sometimes we all roll the natural fall. It's tough. Checks out, you're very tired. Yeah. I rolled an 8 today, but I feel closer to that 4 actually. I do feel closer to that 4. How you doing? I know that you're tired, but I hope it's a good tired. Hi Paradox, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Feeling good? Working on your horror movie script project? Nice, 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 nice. How's it coming along? Hi Maze, welcome, welcome. Doing good. 19. Hot damn. Hot damn. The plot yet? Was you geeking out to someone else? You said that it was inspired. Give me a sec. No, I don't think you've told me. I don't think you've told me. I think you've spoken about previous projects, but not this particular one. Hey, streaking. Streaking. The main villain is a telephone scammer. No, this is super duper new information to me. Okay. Who killed people who he felt were rude to him when he tried to scam them over the phone. Ended up getting lynched by the friends and families of the victims. Came back to life as a corpse possessing a landline telephone. Oh, okay. So like a little bit of like Nightmare on Elm Street type of deal, but with like telephone scamming specifically. Sure. You got to lurk? Yeah, all good, Ruli. Do what you got to do. Sounds intriguing. Sounds intriguing indeed. Why telephone scamming? What was the inspiration for that? Hi Cersei, how you doing? I'm doing okay. Can't complain. I'm feeling better than yesterday. Yesterday, I had a bout of considerable head fog, whereas today, I'm doing a lot better. Does he have a cordless handset? Cordless handsets for fingers? Well, that's the fun thing about making a thing that possesses another thing is you get to be quite transformative with it. Doing well. Arting some yourself. Tons of painting lately and dog care, sick pup, which is better. Okay, good. You preempted my immediate question. Yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that she's doing okay. What are you drawing? What are you arting? What are you painting? Walk sideways into the room. Can't see you because you're so very thin. Oh. Well, with a 10, I'd say that I do see you, but I think nothing of it because this is regular behavior. How you doing, Bob? Just a guy with a shattered fleshy wall phone over his skull, which kind of looks like Springtrap situation, but curse phone that goes. Okay. So yeah, like it's more that he's been wrapped in it as opposed to being the phone himself. Spring is coming along. Love the clouds. Clouds. There ain't no clouds here. It is a cave. This is a cave roof with stalactites and stuff, but no stress. You're all good. See your originating chat, the one talking about this character's creation. I did, yeah. Love the game, thank you. No, you're all good. You're fine. His present issue right now is trying to make his telephone face look less bland, his mustache look less like broken buck teeth. Mustache is supposed to look shattered, not like broken up. Yep. Apparently designing a wall mural for a commission that'll go on the side of a local coffee shop. Nice. Other commission for a book cover, mostly personal projects involving your own sci-fi world building. Sick. That's really exciting though, to like, I mean, all of it. All of it's very exciting. The mural commission is exciting. Anything on that sort of large scale is always like a fun, interesting challenge. The book cover illustration, again, exciting. It's always cool to see like your work printed on something like that. It's really fun. And then the world building stuff is something out of my own heart, like after my own heart, I suppose is the better way to put it. Because the majority of what I do is very much so like personal world building stuff. So no, that's sick. That's awesome to hear. Likely due to the fact that there's no color or shading yet, but hey, can't ignore it. Don't know if it's fine or you should cringe and fix it. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that I always say. The flexible element of the fact that in art there's no rule against like doing a thing and then trying a second time. My piece of advice will always be give it a go, see how you feel, bring it to completion. If you're not happy with it, give it another attempt with maybe the different approach in mind the second time. It's what I do when I save my layers. I'll save and duplicate them and then hide the original one so I can kind of branching timelines. Like on the one hand, I do it in like a bright orange, but on the other, maybe I keep it more subtle and I blend it into the background. If I explore both, then it means that I don't know, I get to learn about what makes me happier, you know? Leaves an answering machine with a pre-recorded message at each of his crime scenes. Oh, like a tape? Like a yeah. That's super cool. That's like a tapped phone call style recorded tape with the grainy audio and like the looping elements where maybe the tape is corrupted and stuff. That's cool. Yeah, with the tiny tapes. Yeah. You have news? Hit me with it. Love that character. It's cool. So nice in the digital format for that exact reason. Yeah, exactly. Allows you to be flexible. Got confirmation on the D&D campaign that you're joining. Drew your character a while. You know, thinking about redrawing her, but the problem is you drew her really stylized. You really like it, but you don't remember how you did it. Or do you have the original? Do you have the original file? I call it 10 months. 10 months. My God. It's almost been a year, Ghoulie. That's insane to me. It was like maybe 6 months ago. Yeah, bonkers. How you doing, bud? How you doing? First to check in as well. Congratulations. Did you with second? Did his killings when he was alive, when landlord war phones were the norm. Now his voice doesn't come through as well on cell phones. Trying to find a proper driving factor. It's just surviving simply because you were polite to him is way too easy to get out of his way. I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I would see that as like a really compelling character element where, I don't know, it makes it so that like he's in the wrong, he's doing murder killings, but there's an element of like, but at the same time, he's not like a bad guy. He's not like going around indiscriminately killing. I don't know, it adds a little bit of complexity to it. I don't mind it. You got second, you've been live for centuries. I know. Sometimes the early crowd doesn't check in, which is fine. send a pic I can look at after stream? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, please do. I was gonna say, if you've got the original file, you could go back through your process and kind of try and reverse engineer it a little bit. Similar with Paradox, you could give it multiple attempts and kind of see how you ended up at that, like at that spot. Makes him seem a bit like, if you're nice to me, you're gonna be nice to you, friend, a little. You think? Yeah, but he's murdering people, so he's a bad guy. You know, especially given that like he's also scamming people. Well, he used to also scam people as well. So there's a bit of like moral complexity in the sense that like if you are nice to him, he'll leave you alone. I think that's fine. I think like you don't need your creatures to necessarily be just like unpredictable, you know? Especially if his unhappiness about being lynched. Well, it ties into that sort of selfishness, doesn't it? You just unequipped your beard. You feel so clean, so young and limber. Well, my condolences. I thought you loved your beard. But if you feel more dignified without it, then congratulations. Being lynched usually makes people unhappy, not sure why. Still, he's going around polling people. Like, scale of 1 to 10. How chipper are you right now? Post being hunted by an angry mob. Out of 10. Lynch's state, they were unhappy with the quality. With the quality. I would have to say I'm a little bit disappointed. I thought it was going to be way cleaner of an execution of myself. Liked it, but often felt dirty. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Really forgot how bad your bone structure is. I mean, bad is subjective. Unless, I don't know, you're like actively missing your jaw at that point in time. Yeah, might be in poor shape, might be poor form. Beard is a powerful tool, like the veil for the tower half, for the lower half of your head. I just don't pay attention. I just don't pay attention to like any of that business. Bad is subjective, reveals predator mouth. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like within reason. If you have a predator mouth at that point in time, yeah, like perhaps something's going on with your bone structure. If your face opens up vertically as opposed to horizontally, then yeah, maybe something. Perhaps something. How you doing, by the way, Ghoulie? Sorry, I zoned out for a second. I hope you're doing well, bud. I hope you're doing well. My brain is like... I'm at a point with this piece where my brain is almost constantly trying to lock into what feels off about it. So whenever there's a moment of pause, it immediately locks back in. Which, like, is not the worst, but it's terrible for maintaining conversational flow. Be able to post your art and some queries about them. Guessing it would go in art critique. Yeah, so if you're wanting feedback, if you're like, I would like feedback on this, it would go into art critique, yeah. Has my sleep been a bit better? Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. It goes okay unless something comes up. Like, for example, yesterday, I've adopted taking a shower just before I go to bed, like a warm shower just before bed, as part of my going to sleep ritual, I guess, is maybe the best way of putting it. But last night the warm water was out. Like there's something went on with the pump, so like I couldn't access warm water last night, and it messed with me. It made it more difficult to get to sleep. So as long as stuff like that doesn't happen, then it's going pretty okay. But even still, like, I'm going to sleep at night-ish. I'm getting up in the morning-ish. Like, it's okay. It's okay at the moment. The quality of my subconsciousness tends to align with how much I'm stressing while I'm awake. I'm a little bit stressed at the moment, so it's gonna have a knock-on effect. Turns out you can't send photos to Discord. Apparently the file size is too big. You could decrease the file size. When you export it from your program, you can actually choose how big or small the file is. Speed up the pump for me. Probably, maybe will exacerbate the problem, but how dare it fail when I need it? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I tried throwing, so at all times of the day I've got white gloves on my hands, so that I don't know, so that I can engage with society with decorum and blah blah blah. I attempted to remove one of my gloves and throw it at the ground to declare a duel with the water pump, and it wasn't responding. So not only is it being rude in its lack of functionality, but it was also being rude in terms of like cultural norms as well. So to be honest, I do plan on retrieving my flintlock pistol after stream, and I will take 10 steps away from my water pump, and then I will shoot my water pump. Don't know how to do that on Procreate. If you Google it, it'll come up with it should come up with, like, every program will have something along those lines, like export at 50% or whatever. Shows you've got an essential piece of his head design. Don't know that would fix everything, but shish, think you'd have caught this. I mean, everybody misses details all the time. Don't worry about it. Don't be too harsh on yourself. Ooh, soda with third. Not one's entire ear. It could be, especially with like an asymmetrical, maybe more abstract character design. Why no one take third? Some of the early crowd just don't check in sometimes. It happens. It happens. Morning. How you doing? How'd you sleep? Hi, boss. How you doing? Welcome in. Maze, welcome. You doing okay? What about me? Yeah, I'm doing okay myself. Sleep was a little bit rough last night, but like, everything considered, I can't complain. You barely remembered it. You're fine. You're absolutely fine. Checking in is just fun. If you forget, it's not the end of the world. You're fine. Forgot to share the model on Sunday. Yeah, no, you didn't show me. You didn't show me the finally rigged model. Yeah. Shoot it through. Streaking to amazing art. Oh my god, look at you go, in all your glory. Streaking all over the place. How you doing, boss? Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good start to your week. speaking of this week, actually, I need to remember after stream to set up the Hearthside. I need to remember to set up the Hearthside for this Sunday. You'll show me one day. Someday. Very much so. Very much so. It sounds like like some sort of Broadway song. Something about standing in the sun. The light of a new tomorrow. You'll show me. You'll show me. Four years later. Ugh. Trying to figure it out. The song. Well, what do we have to go of? We've got One Day More from Les Mis. It's not quite the same. Like, I'll show you, and one day I'll show you. One day more. There's something there. Whenever the VC hangout happens. Yeah. Okay. Well, that'll be Sunday then. That'll be Sunday. Can you share a YouTube link for Space Cat? Yeah. Yep. Cat. Maze has a tutorial on how to export in Procreate if you are present. There you go. Thank you for asking beforehand, Maze. I appreciate checking. I appreciate you checking. Your dailies have been very impressive to see, by the way, Maze. Really, really, really impressive to see. I'm hoping that when I'm set up in the new place and I've got a bit more like time management and mental stability, I'll start getting back into dailies again. Here's the thing. I want to say 3 years ago at this point, I was doing daily landscape studies. It helped a ton, but I sunk myself in the process. So I learned a metric butt ton, but then also burnt out so hard that I basically didn't do art for like 6 months afterwards. So I need to find some sort of healthy balance in the new place where I do daily study stuff, but not the 2-hour studies that I was doing before, and I don't want to burn myself out. So I don't know. I'm super apprehensive when it comes to approaching it again. Just struggling to make each day happen. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is if you're struggling with just like getting out of bed and putting one foot in front of the other, leaping for the moon seems impossible. But then you do see people like doing their dailies and making amazing things, and it's super inspirational. I don't know. Would character design additions be considered finishing touches? If it feels as though none of the main tags fully line up with the type of advice that you'd like, put in something. It doesn't matter which tag you choose, but then specify in the body of the post, like, I am looking for this type of feedback, please. And people will adhere to that, I promise. You said math? You figured it out. You have to do maths. Yeah, for like half the size, so like a 1920 by 1080 would be, I don't know, like 960. $1920 by 1080. Yeah, it'd be 960 by 540, I think. Just got done practicing some guitar and your left wrist hurts. Why did you not stretch? Good that you stopped now that it does hurt. and I recommend giving it a bit of a rest. The worst thing to do is to push yourself when your body's going, rest please. Had weird numbers to begin with, but you pulled up a calculator. Ah, the infamous calculator. Good. Good. Done for tonight? Good. How you doing otherwise though? Did you get your Viscom stuff done yesterday? Got feedback on that stuff, so you should be good for the test tomorrow. Good luck. What have you got to do tonight in terms of study stuff? I should also ask so that I'm not just like doing it subconsciously. Squid, would you like me to be like, so Squid, what do you have to do tonight? Or do you want me to lay off? Because I can absolutely lay off. I don't want to add additional pressure if it's just going to like crunch you. Posted and accidentally added 6pf the same image with it because you didn't see that you added it past the 1. Fixed it though. Yeah, good. If you have an issue with the post, you can go in and edit it afterwards, whether that's title, body of text, image, anything like that. You hate your school? Not really. You have a study period tomorrow after you're done Viscom test. OF, not PF. OF? Added 6 of the same image. Right. I was like, wait, is like, does OF stand for like a thing? Is it like GIF? I don't confused for a second. PNG, JPEG, OF, bitmap. Don't mind if I ask what you need to do. Probably a good idea that if you're in here on a school day, you should probably be asked. Yeah, okay. I won't be a Grinch about it, I promise. But I might softly remind you because, as you've said, like now is the time to buckle down a little bit, and I'd love to help if it's helpful. Critique posted. Nice. Like the King of Wales. Yeah. Where your brain goes like, wait, the King of Wales? Neptune? It's like, no. The country Wales. Different spelling. Wales. Different. Who's buckling down? Always you, did you? That's never in question. You heard buckle? Yeah, for squid. You love buckles? Buckles are fun to depict, I won't lie. Lots of fun reflections on them. You get to do like surface imperfections as well. It's fun. Critique posted. You mean answer to it? No, I believe Kat was doing their own critique post as well. Guilty Gear would know about buckles. They love those. Oh yeah, at least 5 on each arm. You wish to stick your extrematites in cold water? As in like extremities? Extremities. It is extremities. I can't read. Your extremities in cold water. Yeah, no, fair. Yeah, me too. I don't disagree. Especially when it's warm like it is today. Love backpack. I love lamp. At least 5. No, at least 10 minimum. You gotta be secure, you know? Like, strap in. Get ready for Mortal Kombat, but like different. How's the painting coming? 1 to 10, how am I feeling? Reveal thoughts. Banish self-doubt. How to explain? I'm happy with the scope of it now. I feel as though I've captured the space well. I have a good sense of like where the different things are in terms of like, this is that far away. This kind of encapsulates that. Then it goes off into the distance. This kind of like blankets out the background and kind of gives it that sense of like that big void. Happy with the foreground elements now at this point, although I need to kind of scrub up this bit over here. I don't want the rock there anymore, so I'm going to clean that up. So I'm happy with the scope. In terms of the perspective, I think it's still a little bit of a struggle. I think there's something still a little bit off about the water surface. That might simply be that I haven't like done the beachfront here properly, where on this horizontal it should be like a little bit more scrunched, and then on this diagonal maybe a little bit more space, so that you can kind of get that sense of like where you're seeing the width of the beach here, where it comes to a straight on perspective. You're seeing less of that beach presented just because of how perspective works. I feel as though I've encapsulated that a little bit with some of like the water surface stuff here. This rock over here on the right still a little bit mixed on, but that's okay. I've at least got I've got some tools in my belt now to deal with it. This rock still feels a little bit high, given that it's kind of sitting on the surface of the water here, but then so is the island in the background. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that yet. Maybe it's a case of I drop the water level a little bit on this rock on the left. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to be doing with the rendering with the mushroom over on the left here, in terms of like how dark do I go, how much light do I include, how much vibrancy do I include, given that it's in like a mid-tone. It's not supposed to be like blanketed out in the same way that these ones in the background are, but it's not supposed to be like uber dark in the same way that the one in the foreground is. The tree, I'm pretty happy with the finish on it. It's just, I think once I've rendered everything else, it'll need like a little bit more ambient touching up in terms of like what colors are present on it, where, at what kind of vibrancy and that sort of thing. The trees I'm pretty happy with in the background here, because I reckon if I render them in the same way that I've rendered this and that, that'll all flow. So I'm pretty confident with that. Similarly with these trees here, I'll just approach them in the same way that I did with that. We're cool. The next thing that I'm worried about is like how I'm going to integrate sorry, I'm just going off, but you asked. The next thing that I'm worried about is integrating things like candle bugs, mosslings, that sort of thing. I do want to add those details, but I fear that maybe I'm pushing the piece a little bit too far to start integrating new elements without having them being considered within the initial composition. So I've got a few things kind of rattling around in my head at the moment. A few things. Mortal Kombat, but if Saul Goodman wasn't a lawyer, was actually a bad guy, accidentally killed his wife 3 times, is now the guiltiest gear. Congratulations, you are the guiltiest gear. believe that's Soul's actual lore in the game. I mean, it's an anime fighter. It's a given. Welcome in, Cat. It's like Kai's just your classic royal prince, and Soul just killed his wife 3 times for the giggles and got sad when he did it. I mean, I feel as though that's like quintessential, like edgy character backstory. Is that like, I was forced to do a thing, and I regret it now for the rest of my life, and I'm gonna spend the rest of my existence like atoning for my sins, you know? He wasn't forced to, he just did it. Sure, but it might be like, I was a different person back then, or something. Like, my circumstances forced me to, or something, blah, blah, blah. Foreground details. Apparently the Guilty Gear lore starts at an actual real-world event, then just continues like 1,000 years later. Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me. There are a few stories that kind of function like that. Not to go into too much detail, but I believe that the manga anime Fire Force is similar, where it shares human history up to an event, and then that event triggers like a bifurcation, I believe is the term. It splits the timeline in 2, where we've got our history and Fire Force has its own history. That plays out in the way that it does. It's a pretty common trope. apparently the canon start of the Guilty Gear lore starts somewhere in the year 1200. Understandable, given that some of the characters in the game have like ye-olde swords and armor. What's the name of the big brawly dude? Has a bunch of like B's and G's in his name, maybe? World War II is also canon in the lore. Oh, sure, but probably a bit different from our World War II, right? Because of that timeline split. It's actually the start of World War II. Oh, then the big split probably doesn't happen until World War II then? Because I couldn't imagine there being like a big split in the timeline in the year 1200 or whatever, and then everything plays out the same, and then World War II happens and then it changes. The actual split happens after the United States apparently get together or something. Guilty Gear lore is funky. That's fair. That's fair. You know, explain yourself, Squid. Why did you make the law this way? Why'd you do it, man? I can't believe you've done this. All you know is the world made gears and then blamed the gears for the world going bad. That it was when it was literally just humanity that did it. Ah, classique. The ripple to like here instead, see if that helps with the feeling that I have. Kinda does. I think my next play is try to fade out the reflection a little bit. The gears were a critical aspect of the Gear Wars. Next, you're going to say that the Clone Wars had nothing to do with the Clone Wars. The Clone Wars were found by the clones. They weren't about the clones. I mean, it's partially about the clones. Hey, Suka, how you doing? Before you get off for tonight, does anyone want to take a look at the critique post on the Discord? As I said, I'll have a look at it after stream, and I'll come up with something thought-provoking and profound. It'll be the best feedback that you'll ever receive ever. Okay, maybe I can't promise that, but I'll have a look later. I'll have a look after stream. Friendly reminder from Harley to take a break. Yeah, I hear ya. I'll take a break. More things to think about. I'm going to take a break for a bit. It's been an hour, so I need to get up. I need to move around. I need to grab water. I recommend that if you've been sat or laid down for the past hour, that you do the same thing. If you can. Your body will thank you for it. I promise you'll feel better for it. In the meantime, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads so that we don't have to deal with pre-rolls or inadvertent Twitch dropping in ads randomly throughout my stream for the next hour. Yeah, so to avoid all of that, we'll run 3 minutes of ads while I'm away anyway. See you soon. BRB. Hello. Came at the wrong time. You're right on time, BB. Welcome back. I hope ads weren't too disruptive. Looking good? What is that building? Oh, it's this place that we're in currently. It's this here tavern. Is it a creepy hotel? I mean, you be the judge. You love it? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Certainly filled with creeps. Heb? What happened? You okay, bud? During a building too? Nice, 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 nice. Any particular building in mind, or just a building? Let you lock into your ADHD. Yeah, do what you gotta do. Busy day, still unclogging your systems. Still sick. Sorry, bud. You making sure to take time to rest? Won't arrive until 5:30, patiently waiting. It's only 20 minutes. You got this. Close at 5:30. Ah. Did you tell them that? I'll be there when you close. Well, I mean, sure. You can help me close the shutters. That's a hotel used by the creatures of the pit after a sinkhole. Kind of, actually. Because the tavern does exist in a sinkhole. Like, the Duskwood Hollows are underground. And denizens of the pit do come up to visit the tavern sometimes, so you're not incorrect. Designing the average building for a world building project. Hard doing it for every region. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is you need to come up with like a whole bunch of like cultural details and stuff. It's difficult. Good luck. If you do need any help or advice for it, we do have a critique section of the Discord if you wanted to use that. You don't have to, just if you're looking for tools. Customers, am I right? Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Hi, Dump Truck. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. 7 times. Lucky number 7. Hell yeah. Hope you're doing well, bud. Hope you're doing well. Your headphones didn't charge? Ugh. An interesting start to your workday. Interesting how? Lurk, I guess? Oh, sorry, bud. Water is looking stunning. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, bud. Enjoy your lurk. An abandoned house built during a local disease outbreak that creatures have taken over. Imagination can take you anywhere. Yeah, well, that's the wonderful thing, right? For starters, you were late to work because you got stuck at the gas station. Again, stuck how? What are we talking? Are we talking like Winnie the Pooh style, where you had a hankering for some honey, so you like wormed your way into a little hole in the side of the gas station, and you got stuck, and you're like, oh bother, and then you required all of your other creatured friends to come and pull you out? Sorry, Winnie Pooh on the brain, apparently. Who's the black guy with the big blue ball on top of me? Oh, the dwarf guy. Yeah, no, he's somebody that I painted a while ago. Just a portrait. That's usually where my preview would be. That's usually where my preview would be for like the canvas zoomed out. But that's broken at the moment, so I'll chuck that there instead. In phone calls later. Yeah, do what you gotta do. Go. Tried to grab a few Red Bulls for work, and lo and behold, had a bomb threat. So there was like 15 cops there as you were trying to get ready to... Oh no. I was saying that Red Bull is the bomb. Ah. Classic miscommunication. He just rolls up to the pumps, pulls a suitcase out, and threatens to detonate it. What? I heard that Giro is here, filling up his tank of gas. Frick that guy, apparently. Didn't even have anything in it. I mean, it's a creative solution to not having any weaponry, I guess. That's awful. Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear it. Wasted everyone's time for nothing. I know. You have no audio? I can communicate without audio. I don't need it. Do people drop down the groceries to the house? Well, no, because the tavern is kind of connected to everywhere, so they can just kind of step out for groceries whenever they want, really. It'd actually be less mad if there was actually a real threat. I get what you mean. Because like, yeah. It's the same thing with like, how to equate this without it sounding awful. It's like how there have been instances where, this isn't me complaining, by the way, just to clarify, there have been instances where it's like, okay, like time to run like a tabletop game or board games or something, and you get all of your like stuff laid out on the big table inside. You're like, okay, I've got all of the stuff, I've got the snacks ready, I've got like everything's laid out for everyone, and then it gets like cancelled last second, and you went through all of the anxiety and stress of like putting something together and anticipating that you're going to have to sit down with people and like talk with people face to face for like the next couple of hours or whatever, and then it doesn't happen and you're super stressed, but you didn't even have the payoff of like the thing. It's not quite the same in the sense that you don't like, you want board games to happen. You don't really want a bomb to actually exist, but I get what you mean. Yeah. All that time and effort and emotions for nothing. Exactly. First lesson, eat this. What's in the middle of that hot dog? A fish. Ah, perfect. No, good. So stupid. Why people so stupid? I mean, it's a bunch of things, right? It could be like a mental health crisis. It could be desperation. It could be a sense of entitlement. It could be, you know, like, it's really difficult to say ahead of time. They could be a terrible person. They could be a victim. Who's to say? Who's to say? A fish dog? Classic. To be honest, I do prefer a fish dog over a hot fish. A hot fish, I feel like I would have a physical reaction to just like being in the presence of. Whereas at least with a fish dog, as much as it does upset me, it doesn't upset me to the same degree. Like, I'll happily take that degree of upsettedness. If it's a cry for help, there are better ways to ask for help. Yeah, but the sucky thing is, when you're in a cry for help state, you don't always get the option. Sometimes you have 1,000 voices in your head telling you that the government is telling you to plant a bomb at a petrol station. So like, what do you do, you know? Schizophrenia is heckin' terrifying. Eating a fish dog steals the mind, sharpens the senses, and helps develop discipline. I feel like I'm being sold some sort of like fish dog oil, you know? My dogs. Don't. Let us not discuss your dogs on stream. Hey, Don Bud. Is a fish a hot dog? No. Let's consult the chart. I think the chart is pretty straightforward with this. Consulting the chart. 3, 2, 1. Let's have a look. Ugh. What is that? What is that fidelity? It's a bit better. Is it? Is it a bit better? Yeah, it is. Okay. What would a fish be? A fish wouldn't be any of these. Like, a hot dog is a taco. A hot dog is a taco. But a fish would be not on here because it doesn't have like a carbohydrate base, you know? Sushi? A fish is in sushi, but like fish itself needs some sort of like, needs a carb base. I suppose either needs a carb base or I guess would count as salad. Fish is salad. by the rule, it's a calzone. Is it a calzone? Because it's fully contained? I mean, I guess. Calzone is completely encased. Yeah, but like, I wouldn't say a cow is a calzone, you know? There are fish calzones. It's called anchovies. Yeah, I guess. I guess anchovies in a tin can would be a calzone. Although calzone kind of implies you're eating the casing. Combo meat. You're a blood and guts and brains calzone? Why? Yeah, I mean, technically, I guess a cow is a calzone. I feel like the chart is for like food presentation, like how a food is presented. I feel like raw ingredients. Like, for example, I wouldn't say that an egg is a calzone, you know? It's usually for like how a food is prepped. Like, I would say, actually, you know what? Fish would be closer to toast. Fish is closer to toast because it's just a layer of presentation, you know, just like a flat layer of presentation. Yeah, I would say fish is toast. Surely that would make prawns a calzone. Well, here's the thing. If it's a prawn salad, it's a salad. If it's just a prawn on a plate, similarly, I'd say toast because it's just a flat presentation. An egg would be a calzone, no openings. It's about how it's presented, right? Because the calzone implies edible exterior with edible interior, like a stuffed something, right? Egg doesn't fit that bill. A crumbed egg would. So like a boiled egg that's covered in crumbing, like crumbs, like that would be a calzone because it implies like an exterior layer that's edible with an interior edible layer. I would say again, like a fried egg would be toast for that same reason, you know? A boiled egg, again, probably toast. A boiled egg by itself, actually, like a boiled unpeeled egg is maybe a calzone because you've got the whiting and then you've got the yolk. Maybe an egg is a calzone. But like a shelled egg, no. Shelled egg, no. Maybe. In the same way that a shell, actually, here's this. A shelled boiled egg would be a calzone in the same way that a calzone covered in tinfoil would be a calzone, you know? By that logic, a fish is also a sandwich. No, because it's single plane, right? It's not like you've got bit, like edible bit, sandwiching an edible bit. You know, like it's not like it's actually sandwiching anything. Fish would just be toast. Gotta jump into the bit. Not with a 7. Not with a 7, unfortunately. Why didn't your D20 work? Did you D20 recently? I don't know. That's weird. Try again. Prawns also have opening on both ends. That'd be a sushi. No, because again, I would say that sushi is opening at both ends with a filling. Prawns don't. I don't think donuts would be sushi. I think donuts would be toast. Because sushi implies a filling. Same with cake, like layers of filling. It's not just like, I don't know. Like if you were to have one of those dish stackers, like you have at those fancy morning breakfasts or whatever, like I wouldn't call that dish stacker like a cake. It's like it's all metal in between, you know? Like it visually kind of lines up, but the logic doesn't follow through, you know? Hi Chinchilla, how you doing? Didn't even want the D20. Yeah, okay. No, ignore it then. You are you're showing your how would I describe it? You're maintaining your pride, I guess. Your stoicism in the face of God, I can't think at the moment. Adversity, I suppose. With a 7, you're sitting at the edge of the pit, legs swinging, staring longingly into it. Yeah. I'm imagining that as I walk past you, Zero, I look down at where you're sitting and there's a big just longingly. You've arrived. Welcome, Slink. How you doing? Did not play your game. Not because I was ignored, but because I simply did not want to. Yeah, there you go. You seem very strong. You seem very, very strong in the face of adversity isn't the word that I'm ostracization, I guess. You were ostracized by the dice, and you say, nay, dice, you were ostracized well before I ever was. 18's not bad. Was a test? Yeah. A duel, if you will. A game of chicken. Pluck asks around the tavern about the quest broker. Tries to keep it casual, but is doing a bad job of it. Yeah, okay. So I'd say with an 18, you do manage to be quite convincing. But as you've also stated, like, it's not chill. There is clear desperation in your voice as you go around asking people. Does anyone have any info on the quest broker, or are we asking it of the NPCs? You like this music? Immediately want to watch Lord of the Rings. It's why I love Vince Vept, Lanity. It's why I like Vince Vept so much, because he's one of the few composers that I found who does analog instruments, so analog instrumentation, as opposed to digital. A lot of understandably so, like, getting analog instruments is expensive, but I love the fact that he's got like actual in-person instruments and he does all of his orchestral music through it. It's really cool. Chance of hitting those 3 18s in a row. Ugh, not with a 4. Drew another cool helmet. Nice. Don't think anyone knows about your side quest. It's tough. It's tough. You're the quest broker. It is I. Removes mask. 14's not bad. I would take a 14. I'd take a 14 easy. You ask the barman. Okay. Say hello to the bone collector for me. The stock truck just descends into the darkness. Yeah, so you walk up to the barman, did you? And you ask, like, hey, do you have any information on the quest broker? And he goes through and he lists a bunch of the traits and clues that you've kind of already pieced together, but he does drop one piece of information that is new to you. He states that on occasion when he has spotted the quest broker, he's had like a little bit of an ethereal shimmer to him, in the same way that you might see oil on the surface of water, kind of with that iridescent, like color shimmer, that kind of thing, but almost like a visual after trail. Sometimes, it's not all the time, but it seems to be the case that perhaps there's something magical going on. Like begin sweating. Would you gain anything for the streams if you were to work for the tavern? Would you gain anything for the streams if you worked at the tavern? RP wise, probably not. Just because we don't have anything in place for that at the moment. But if the question is, would you gain something if you were to like be a moderator for the stream and that sort of thing? Yeah, probably. I need to come up with like a reward system for my mods, I think. Marley coin. True. Silence bucket boy. Oh my god, it's so demeaning when you refer to me as bucket boy. I cry every time. Bucket boy is one of those like nicknames where it seems really silly from an outsider's perspective, but if you're being referred to as bucket boy, like a really like overly dramatic, like overly demeaning tone, I suppose, it would probably work. It would probably work on me. It would probably wear me down. If somebody were to be like, "What are you doing, bucket boy?" I think I would legitimately be quite upset. Tie it to my actions in one way, shape, or form as well. I'm gone. I'm telling the teacher immediately. You're not opposed to that? I appreciate the offer, Slink. I appreciate the offer. I'm not currently looking for mods, but I'll keep it in mind. I'll keep it in mind. This is my boy, Bucket.
Go on, boy. Introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Bucket.
Very good, boy. Back here.
Bring the law, Bucket boy.
Yes. Bring the law bucket. From the depths, dredge up the law bucket.
Hey, how you doing, FPV? How you doing? I hope your March is treating you well. Whatever art face, I will admit that I did attempt face painting a couple of years ago. It was not, it did not go well. I'm scarred to this day. March already, I know. Today was the monthly medieval eye procedure. So you're being gentle with yourself, probably bed sync. Yeah, good. I hope that you've got, do you have like a reward mechanism in place for yourself or something for when the day swings around? You're like, okay, we're going to do this thing. But I know that afterwards I'm going to go get churros or something. Do you have something like that? I tend to find that reward mechanisms like that help a lot with overcoming those. You were thinking still Feb. I know time marches on ever forward. Can we have a face painting stream? We did already, and it went incredibly poorly. Because the thing is, I'd need to get prescription contact lenses in order to do it, which I don't have. So I would need to organize a dentist appointment, and it'd cost me like $100 or something, just so that I could do some face painting sometime. Maybe eventually. Maybe when I'm big and super big and famous, I can afford an expenditure like that. I like to imagine when anyone rolls a nat 1 in here, they show up by Spartan kicking the front door open, looking around around and spot the pit, make a full speed sprint, shoving anyone out of the way, and then do an Olympic dive. Yes.
Move out the way. It is of great imperative that I
dive into the pit with full force, just like FPV. Being super honest, you smoke a bowl. Yeah, okay. A reward mechanism indeed. Don't realize this. Maybe I do, but the voice I just did sounded like the character from How to Train Your Dragon. Their name is Bucket. Their backstory to that name is that they got struck by lightning and permanently have a bucket on their head. I didn't know that piece of advice. I didn't know that piece of trivia actually. Let the pit take you, absolutely. Claimed. Make Billy come over and do it. Paint me like one of your French girls. It's like, oh, so, okay. My face like a clown, please. Twice as good as a 1. That's the thing that gets a bit funky with low digits, actually, is that 2 is double 1. 1 is an infinite increase over 0, like actual infinite. Like 0 is a non-value, 1 is a value, so it's an immeasurable step up from 0 to 1. It's crazy. Low numbers are insane. Pit doesn't kind of doesn't want you, but do we? So many being sent to the pit. Yeah, I know they're on a roll. FPV didn't get that nat 1, but saunters over to the pit, ignoring all tavern patrons, turns around, salutes, and falls backwards into the pit. Yep, perfect. Perfect. Immaculate entry. What was the most catastrophic nat 1 roll of recent memory? I rolled a nat 1 to resist a psychic scream that reduced my exhaustion by 2. Probably my worst, I'd say, of late memory. What were the consequences? So it increased my exhaustion by 2 degrees. So it meant that I took all of my rolls at disadvantage and I was moving at half speed, I think. All these tavern patrons enjoying the pit while you sit at the edge, swinging your legs over, wishing you could join the others. Oh, it's tough. It's tough. Well, here's the thing. I feel you, because what I do is I roll my 1 roll at the start of the stream, like right at the top. And then I sit with the consequences, and sometimes I get to enjoy the pit. Sometimes I roll a 6 and I'm right at the cusp. And as you are currently right now, swing my legs at the ends. Sounds like a party down there. Oh, absolutely raucous. In terms of like a nat 1, like funny nat 1, I can't remember the last time I had a catastrophic failure like that. Because the thing is, the most recent game that I've played in was like a massive dungeon crawl. We spent about a year in the dungeon. So the majority of the rolls were very much so technical rolls. It's like, do I avoid setting off the trap? No, okay, this trap is set off. Do I hit the creature? No, okay, I missed the creature. Like, there weren't any like nat 1s on like trying to woo the king in order to get like a better deal on the quest that we're about to embark on, or roll a 1 to convince, like, I don't know, like a courtesan to give me the information that I require. Like nothing like that, really. No social interactions, no like climbing up onto things, no putting plans together. It was very much so just like boop, 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 boop. Challenge, roll, challenge, roll, challenge, roll. Yeah. In terms of games that I've run, I can't think of any catastrophic natural ones as of late either. Worst nat 1 was when you were a sorcerer trying to infiltrate a country by pretending to be a traveling circus of performers. You rolled a nat 1 on Elemental Blast for a showcase and set the tent on fire, ended up killing most of the audience, including the king. No. See, like, I haven't been in that kind of situation in a very long time. That sounds like one of those like show-stopping like party stories, right? Where party in the social sense. So you're at a party and you're like, oh man, don't you just hate it when you try and impress like the leader of a kingdom and you end up like killing him, his retinue, the entire audience, and burning down like your like your livelihood as well, and everyone's kind of stopping and staring at you slack-jawed at what you've just admitted to. Yeah, no, I haven't had one of those, I think, ever. Needless to say, you managed the goal of killing the king, but it was not the stealthy assassination you wanted, because most wanted enemy of the state. Yeah, that tends to be how that goes. Hi, Alt. Hey, Dawn. Welcome, welcome. Have a good day. Was work good? Giving secret confession to your loved ones in D&D campaign with the sending spell, and the group wasn't aware until you rolled very low and the bard of the group started teaching you like, I'm not being mean, our cleric is in love with some. Oh no. That's rough. That's rough. Watched the session once where Nat 1 caused not only a trap floor to trigger, but doubled the size of it, and the entire party fell into the oubliette. That's tough. That's tough. I don't tend to run Nat 1s in that way. I run it as rules as written. So if there's a skill check, if you roll a nat 20, it doesn't automatically succeed. I'll probably give extra like oomph to it. Like if you meet the bar with a natural 20, I'll probably give it like a little bit of spice just for flavor's sake, because a natural 20 is exciting. Same with a natural 1. Like it's not an automatic failure because it's not how skill checks work. So like, for example, if the DC is 10, you roll a natural 1, but you've got a +9 to whatever stat, you can still make it. But if they don't make the bar, say if the DC for the roll is 11 and they've got a +9, it makes it to 10. Given that it's a natural 1 with the failure, I'll probably again add like a little bit of extra spice, but it's not like critical failures. I hate it. I hate it when DMs do the whole like, yes, you pull back your bow and arrow and you rolled a natural 1, so the bow like snaps in half, or you go to like jump over the ledge and you roll a natural 1 and you plummet to your death. Like I think it's I don't know, it's too, it takes the game out of your control a little bit too much, you know? Like, these are capable adventurers, you know, something really cataclysmic, like a series of cataclysmic events need to kind of happen back to back to back to back for something ridiculously, like, substantial to turn up at the end of it. You're playing chaotic neutral, so fair. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Especially if you're down to play that sort of rule set, completely fine. It's just not the way that I run my games. They was fine. That work on Tuesdays. Okay. Managed to get some rest in then. Like nat 1 means like no influence. It's not no influence. It's more it doesn't determine the outcome. It's like it's not auto fail. It's not auto succeed. You still apply your modifiers to it. If you succeed or if you fail, isn't based off of like rolling the crit in either direction. But I do like to add like a little bit of sprinkle, like fairy dust on top if a crit is rolled, just because it's fun. You have a +100 in investigation and a -55 in every other skill check. Oh no. God damn it, he's the smartest detective we've ever had on the force. Also, a strong gust of wind kills him. It's tough. your DM played with regularly didn't like party wiping, especially when most of you were new to D&D, so nat ones wouldn't kill you. They would have hilarious outcomes. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. The way that I run it is like if the players have made decisions that lead up to a circumstance where they could be killed, that is fine. Like if they die at that point, completely fine, because like they've done the things leading up to that choice of risk. But if they're just doing normal things like walking down the street or whatever, and they roll a natural one with like a perception check, nobody's going to shoot them in the eyeball with an arrow and insta kill them, you know? Like I like to have the stakes line up with the decisions of the characters. Not to say, not to imply that that's not to imply that that's how you've played in your games. I'm just using it as an example. It's a lot of attacks. It is 237 of them, yeah. Hi Dust, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Okay, I will admit to what I just Google searched because I feel as though transparency is key. I may or may not have just Google searched Kingdom Hearts Darkness Beach. Don't worry about it. It's all I know of it. It's what it is in my head. It's this landscape. Is this landscape? You can only get there if you go through some sort of door to darkness, okay? You're a bit tired, otherwise decent. Good to hear. Good to hear. How's the weather at the moment? Is it because here it's getting a little bit colder now, which is appreciated. I say a little bit colder. It's still warm, but it's not like spicy hot like it used to be. Truly the Game of Thrones of D&D campaigns. One wrong roll, you slip on a banana peel on the street and crack the back of your skull and die. That's the thing that I want to avoid at all costs, right? I don't want it to be like cheese, you know? If characters decide to do something risky, they have elected to doing something that could lead to death. But if I just like blindside them with it, it just feels unfair at that point. It's not fun. Hey Google, do I look like I have a bucket boy? I do appreciate that the question isn't do I look like a bucket boy, but does it look like I have a bucket boy is so much funnier to me. Give me a bucket, but yes. Fetch me my bucket boy. That's where Mickey Mouse and Silverhair guys thought the black blob on the... Yeah, correct, yeah, exactly. Fields died like 50 times and gave up, and Abyss maxed. This sounds like Fields-like behavior. No, that's not true. Fields is very good. I don't know why, but the delivery of that sounded very much so like, my grandson is very good at the video games. It's true though. Fields is very good at the video games. If the party does something really stupid out of pocket, then the DM will always ask, you sure you want to do this? That's his code word for, this is really dumb. If you fail, I'll kill off your characters. Yeah, yep. That degree of like, you've stepped into something, I think is needed for those kind of stakes. Abyss maxing is your favorite type of stream. One of these days we'll actually, speaking of one of these days, not to sort of raise our expectations just yet, but by the time that I've finished this piece, I will likely move on to developing some new emotes. I want to start floating the idea from now. Do we have any ideas as to what kind of emotes we want? I like the idea of having a bone collector emote. I think that would be really cool. I want to revamp the wave emote to something that I would like to use a little bit more. Those are the two that I've got in the back of my head. But any other ideas? You saw that stream? He died like 200 times to the elemental guys that was fighting with Zeus' son or something. Okay. It's tough. It was on critical mode as well. Void build, abyss maxing, nothing, chads. Yeah. At the time you set the circus tent on fire, you were doing a homebrew Legend of Zelda D&D. You're playing a chaotic neutral Kokiri sorcerer. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Quest broker emote. Finally get to the bottom of it. Yeah, okay. We can set that as like a, maybe like an intended reward. Seems placatey. I don't necessarily want to use the word reward, but like as almost like a milestone of getting to the bottom of the situation. Something like that could be fun. A small child commit genocide that rolled a nat 20 on advertisement, had 90% of the kingdom capital attending. Oh, no! Welcome one and all. This show is going to be big. A peace offering? Yeah, something like that. A D&D. Here, have an emote. Just don't yell at me. D&D joke you heard on the weekend. One day your bard said he seduced the dragon. DM asked, are you sure you want to roll for that performance? 3 natural 20s later, the dragon's horde was gone. The bard had advantage on stamina checks. The rest of you were just standing there like, so are we still fighting this thing? Are we meeting its parents? Well, that's sorry. I'm gonna be an absolute spoil sport. That's the type of thing where I have kind of like limits on what's possible in D&D. I know, like absolute miserable like bag of rocks, but it's true. If a player were to say to me like, hey, can I seduce the big bad or whatever, my answer would probably be, you can try, but know that the answer is no. You know what I mean? Some people play differently. Some people are just like, it's a sandbox where literally anything is possible, and that's cool. It's just not my way of running it. So no romancing the DM. I mean, FPV, you can certainly try. You can certainly try. I would like to persuasion the DM in like the fourth wall breaky kind of way. Just like a cute little wink. Is that so bad? Trebuchet. The DM was kind enough to grant you all the experience points for all those kills. But you're also cursed to be haunted by their ghosts, blaming you for their deaths for the rest of the campaign. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Check art channel on Discord. You drew something? Yeah, we'll do. We'll just do. The next time I have a break, I'll jump over to the Discord. I've got a new rule where unless it's a quest submission or somebody having raided in, I'll wait until breaks to check it out. What if it was a campaign like Final Fantasy VII Remake where you run into the big bad around every 20 minutes? You hit on them every time until the end of the campaign. Well, maybe at that point, yeah, it wouldn't be like a one and done. It wouldn't be a one and done. But if it's like a multiple interaction and like you go out of your way to find out their likes, their dislikes, and you like play it up a bit, maybe at that point. Cannot flirt with each other in the D&D campaign. Wasn't that the point? No, you're fine. You're fine. There's nothing wrong with like doing a flirting. The problem is when the characters are like, so we're getting clobbered by this iron golem, right? We're being like reduced to a fine paste. Can I flirt with the iron golem? No, you can't. You're being reduced to mush. There ain't no turning this around unless you fight it or flee. No, you're fine. You're fine. The big bad isn't a floozy. I mean, here's the thing. Posture check, yeah. Here's the thing is that it's not about the big bad being like open to that sort of thing. It's more, does it make sense at the time? Similar to like if I'm working out at the gym, right? For example, if I'm working out at the gym and somebody were to approach me and be like, hey, Bahali, you got a nice butt. It's like, there's a time and a place. Right now, I've got my earphones in. I'm listening to fantasy music and I'm jamming out to like Lord of the Rings and working out like, can we have this kind of conversation like as I'm like wrapping up, like about to leave or like whatever it happens to be? Time and a place. It's the same with the big bad. Like if you approach the big bad while they're doing like bombing a gas station, for example, if they were in the middle of bombing a gas station, you're like, hey toots, nice elbows, probably not susceptible to being, you know, schmoozed. It's like everyone honing their skills. Bard is practicing his songs. The swordsman is vertical slashing. You're reading books written by playboys. Ready to riz up anything that moves. No, that's fair. That's fair. Big bad has standards. Does not freak with them on the first date. Yeah, exactly. Upside of the haunting is the ghosts wouldn't let you die because they wanted you to suffer. Downside is that you had to make saving roll against them every time. You tried anything because they would try to interfere with everything. Had to roll what the DM called an anti-disadvantage saving check. Ooh, rough. That's rough. You did kill an entire circus worth of people though, so like, understandable. Just pictured somebody standing beside me on a Stairmaster and screaming at the top of volume to get over my Lord of the Rings. Hey, nice butt. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, correct. Thankfully, I haven't had that happen because I haven't been to a gym in a long time. But yeah, I could imagine that being maybe the worst thing. Okay, how you doing? Welcome. Note to self, practice screaming. Taru. Yeah, let's... Thing is, we've got like a nice clean section of beach here now. Let's try adding in a little rock guy, shall we? Let's not have it front on like that. Note to self, don't drink the tap water at Jerry Cassier's. Speaking of which, actually, my hot water is still broken, which I don't love. I took a cold shower today and I hated it. I hated it. I know that it's like recommended, like, oh, cold showers are good for like motivation. You get up at 5 a.m. You take a nice cold shower. You read 5 motivational self-help books and then off to the races. But I can't. I'm such a baby. I can't do them. Kicks the tavern door open. Another 18. Hot damn. The rolls have been pretty good today. Although I don't think we've rolled a natural 20 yet. Hey, don't catch him. The pet Lionel you tamed for the circus survived though. Was really into your genocide of the circus tent. So you made a lifelong Lionel friend, Frank the Lionel. Always tries to kill your Hylian fighter though, because he missed a target and shot the Lionel in the butt with a bow. I mean, to be fair though, if somebody did shoot me in the butt with an arrow, I think I would be equally pissed. I think I'd be equally pissed. Cold showers shouldn't do. They actually are worse for you health-wise. Same way as you use hot water for cleaning pots. Right, cleaning pots? Yeah, I suppose, like, as in it doesn't clean you as much. I can see that. Had your permanent makeup done yesterday, so you look like you got stung by a bee in both eyes. Oh, ugh. Well, hopefully you're hopefully allowing yourself rest today. How am I? How's my sleep? Sleep's okay. I technically went to sleep last night-ish. And I technically woke up this morning-ish. So it was okay. I can't complain too much. Can't complain too much. I anticipate once the move is over, it'll start to stabilize. One, because things will start to get a little bit colder, hopefully, at that point. But two, also the anxiety of moving will have like stabilized a little bit. Do a cold shower. It needs to be at least twice as long and very thorough for it to properly clean you. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I'm drawing this-ish. Yeah. I'm existing-ish. Correct. Yeah. Pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. Hey, Dawn K. How's your day been? I'm a fish-ish. Maybe that's what will help with Subnautica. If I just kind of RP as a fish, then I'll feel less out of water, you know? Wow, a hot dog? Where? The RP as a fish. Need to turn the middle of your screen black so I have the eyes of a fish. Oh, right. So, as in, like, how does that work? The middle? Is that how fish eyesight works? They can't see where they're looking? Do they have opposite eyes to us? They have. Fish only have eyes on the side of the head, at least most. Fish eyelids. Well done. Well done. Yeah, and celebrated with the natural 20 as well. No, good job. Congratulations, Bebop. Congratulate. You've been fishing for that one. Sorry, I didn't even intend to do that one. You've been fishing for it for a while. Well done. Hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, I know. Okay. I believe the message that I saw out of the corner of my eye was a reminder for me to take a break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start walking away. I'm walking away from all the fish puns in my life. So I'm going to step away for a little bit. I need to get up. I need to stretch. I need to fill up on water. I recommend that you do the same thing. If you haven't moved around for the past hour, recommend getting up, moving around a little bit, hydrate, grab a snack, whatever you got to do. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, just so that we don't have to deal with pre-rolls and just random ad interruptions throughout the next hour. Yeah, BRB. See you soon. Hi. I may or may not have gone into the other room, kidnapped my cat, held her like the babby that she is, and then she skedaddled as soon as I put her down. It's fun. It's a fun time. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Hi, Blood. How you doing? I was blindsided yesterday by did you know that Uber the car service, like the getting from point A to point B, can drastically change its price based on just like a street that you're on. I needed to get to somewhere yesterday, and the price changed by half. Like it shifted by half. So to explain, the initial place that I tried to get the Uber from was charging me $50, 50 Australian dollary dues, in order to get to my destination. I thought, surely that's not right. It might be peak hour traffic. That might be why. I walked to the other side of the street, like I crossed the road. I checked the price again, and it dropped down to $24. It halved just based off of like where I was standing on the street, which is insane to me. It kind of makes sense in the sense that like maybe it's easier to get to a location based on like which way you're coming from, but double? Halved because I was in the poorest suburb. Across the street? I didn't know that's how that worked. What? Excuse me? I haven't seen it be that bad before. I've not seen it be that bad before. Crab? Yeah, it's crab. Is this the little crib? Sorry if it's been asked already. No, you're all good. You're all good. This month will be announced next Monday, just because the situation has been a little bit messy this month in terms of like we've missed a Hearthside. February is shorter than all of the other months and everything, so I've just kind of tacked an extra week onto the end. So next Monday we'll do the recording of Poppin' Open all of the prompts from February, and I'll announce the prompt for March as well at the same time. Thank you for asking. Please don't apologize. You're all good. March is going to be a little bit strange as well, because sometime in March, whether that's next week or the week after, I'm going to be away for a week. So I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to be doing, but we'll see. We'll see. In terms of like how much time everybody gets. On a 2-month writing streak now, so you got to keep going. Yeah, no, I can't speak to last month. Maybe last month was awful. No, I'm kidding. I can't speak to last month, but the month before, January's writing was super cool, super cool. So if it helps to motivate you to keep going, then yeah, right, that in and of itself is reason to make sure that I'm on it. That I'm on top of things. You struggled more this month because it's always hard to seamlessly fit world building into a short story. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because you need to... I feel like you did a good job with seamlessly world... Sorry, not to interrupt my own thought too poorly, but I feel like you did a really good job of seamlessly weaving in world building with the previous one. But yes, if what you're saying is like... if you're intending to do more of it with the one this month, then the one for February, then yeah, I can see that being a challenge. I can see that being a challenge because you need to establish a lot very quickly. It's essentially what makes writing so difficult in like shows and movies and stuff. Is you need to get your exposition across, but in a way that feels natural, but in like a really limited time frame. It becomes tough. This time you worked with already established lore. As in, like you needed to explain that established law? You come to me now at the turn of the stream. You do, you do. We're halfway through at this point, and then some change. I was... Digi actually missed it. I was calling out. I was going, Digi, Digi, Digi. Hello, hello, hello. Please, please, please. And you didn't answer. So sad. It's a world you and your friend work on. Most of the lore was relevant in the story, so you couldn't cheat and just rewrite stuff. Ah, I see. So the difficulty wasn't coming up with it. It's a way to weave it in where you're constrained to like a canon. Yeah, I see what you mean. You were fighting a Balrog of Morgoth. Cut you some slack. Did you win? Okay, my intention is to kind of fade this tree out a little bit behind the tavern to give them more space behind it, I guess, is the way that I would explain it. Because right now it feels like this tree on the back is tacked onto the back of the tavern, which I don't want. And I'm liking the ethereal feeling of a lot of the environmental aspects of it. So leaning into that should be good. Still not entirely sure what I'm doing with this. Maybe I can add a little bit of a gradient so that it doesn't feel so static. Threw down your enemy, smote his ruin upon the mountainside, actually. Oh, that's pretty good. Why your clothing looks a little bit different? Is that like a new, is that like a new self-expression, or what are we doing? The commissioned artist thing, actually, yeah. I do appreciate that you can get away with any response using that. It's fun. I like it. The equivalent of it's a digi thing. It's a digi thing. You need to understand. All the commissioned artists are wearing it. Oh, jeez. What does that say about me? I'm clearly out of the loop. Saturday. On Saturday, was it Saturday? On Friday. On Friday. Time is an illusion. On Friday, I went and watched the new Avatar movie, which is somehow still in cinemas. Usually movies stick around for like a month and a half. Avatar, apparently not. Apparently Avatar's sticking around for 3 months, but that's fine. Went and watched the new Avatar. It was quite good. I liked it. There were some elements that were a little bit question mark, but I mean, otherwise, for example, I'm not sure how I feel about how much they reduced the Pandoran language. So in the first and second movies, the alien language used by the Avatar people is like used quite often. And yes, it needs subtitles, but I don't know, it felt more immersive. Whereas this time around, it got reduced down to nobody speaking it except for when they're in front of humans. I know the idea with it was to be like, they're always speaking the Na'vi language. They're always speaking it. And we're diegetically understanding what they're saying because we're like in the loop in this one, because we're like, at this point in time, we're part of the culture. But then in front of humans, when they're speaking it, we're in like the human area. So therefore the humans can't understand what they're saying. Like, I get it, but it just feels like a really corporate decision. It feels like that. Even if it wasn't artistically made one, it still feels like it. Where it's like, it just feels like somebody in a suit was essentially like, I don't like reading. I don't like all the reading that I'm having to do. So can we make it so that they're talking English the entire time, please? So I don't know. That rubbed me the wrong way, I suppose. And then the other thing that kind of put me off a little bit was there was so much narration. And it was awkward as all hell. It was so awkward. Again, maybe the framing for it was like the son was recounting all of the events of the movie to his brother. Like, maybe you could spin it that way, but it just felt awful. It doesn't even make the sense that way, because he even says as part of his narration, I was responsible for my brother's death and I will forever feel guilty about it, or whatever. It was the worst thing ever. How to explain why I have an issue with it? It feels so alien, pardon the pun, to be like, hi, I'm Mahali, and I'm really grumpy right now. It's like, you could just have a scowl on your face and then I can tell where your emotional spectrum is at. I can pinpoint it. You don't need to tell me. And it felt like all of the narration throughout the movie was exactly that. It was exactly that. You'd have a scene with a character like super grumpy, like, ooh, moody, big eyebrow action going on, and like big stomping, grah, and they like tip something over, you know, expressing their anger. And then the narration comes in and goes, this character is really upset. It's like, frick you. I like, what do you do? What, I'm not two. I don't require being force-fed what's going on in the scene. I can understand nuance. Stop it. It happened constantly. I hated it. Maybe it didn't happen as much as I'm making that to happen, but still pissed me off. You like that style of humor? But it wasn't intended as humor. It was played completely straight, like authentically. This is the artistic vision, is my character's going to tell you about like all the things that they have a problem with. It felt so unbelievably forced. I would not be surprised if that was actually a corporate decision, because that tends to be what you hear from projects. If once a project's finished, you find out like, hey, so yeah, the narration, yeah, that was when Suits had sat down in front of the movie. They're like, I don't understand what is going on with this scene because I was looking at my phone half the time. Hate it. And that's what makes it funny. But I don't know, the rest of the movie is good. So like, it's not even like it was a movie that was fun to laugh at, because like the rest of it was decent. It just felt like it ruined it. Harumph. And then I suppose the last thing that bothered me about it was, this isn't particularly spoilery, but it kind of alludes to events that happen in the film. I'm not speaking in specifics, so like if you're really, really, really concerned about spoilers for Avatar: Ash and Fire, I recommend that you zone out for a second. But for a movie that's supposed to be all about like nature conservation and the mistreatment of animals, my god, do the main characters treat all of their animal companions like Yoshi? They all do. Like, any situation where the story wants to make you feel like there are like stakes at play, they'll be like, we can't kill this main character. What to do? I understand. Like, easy. We'll kill the wyvern. We'll kill the wyvern that the character's on. Have we already killed off the wyvern in this same scene? Yeah, we have. We've killed off another wyvern in this scene, but we'll kill off the second one. We'll do it as well. Because, like, a lot of action is happening. We need to make it feel like it's dangerous. And we can't kill anyone, because that would be... that would ruin the story. So let's kill the wyverns. Okay, next scene. Characters in danger underwater. Here was the thing that made me laugh so hard, is this character goes on a journey to save one of their animal companions, right? They go on a journey to save their animal companion, and in the process, they get their Yoshi killed. Let's absorb that for a second. Their underwater, like dolphin wyvern creature thing, they get that killed because they were being irresponsible looking for their other animal companion. I don't... They were actually Yoshiing as well. Like, they would try and like make it a distance. Their creature would die or like get hit by an arrow or something, and they would spring off the back of it and like it would fall into the abyss, just like Yoshi. It actually made me giggle multiple times throughout the movie in like a really sick gallows humor kind of way. It's so confusing. Again, as a movie that's all about like the mistreatment of nature and the mistreatment of animals, the main characters were mistreating their animals quite a bit. It was a bit of a head scratcher, but apart from that, it was quite good. I enjoyed a lot of the visuals are flawless. I really enjoyed quite a few of the set pieces. A lot of the new characters were quite good. Some of the acting was dodgy. But I just chalked that up to them running around in front of a blue screen for the entire movie, so they've got absolutely nothing like to work with. So I can understand some of the performances being a little bit stilted. But yeah, noticeably so. You're good on that? Yeah. So if you struggle with like animal cruelty stuff, it's probably a bad time. You used to do it to your friend all the time, to the point if your friend wanted a character in their sitcom, it's never going to happen because they aren't actually writing it. with the monologue over the top. Yeah. Just drive by and over-explain in the most unamused. Gary is upset because the price of potatoes is quite high at the moment. Blast these potatoes, he also says. The reason you wanted to do any art and crafting was Lord of the Rings special effects? Yeah, right? Like, as much gripe as I have with some of the events that took place in the movie, the effects were just beautiful. Bellissimo. Weta is they're wizards. I don't know how else to say it. Like what they can produce visually is just, I don't know, awe-inspiring. Lord of the Rings is also the reason you became an artist. Yeah. Tangentially related, D&D is why I got into art. So I get it. Used to watch the extras and it was magic. The amount of like time, care, attention that went into everything. Yeah, 100%. I gets it. There were other movies too, like Pirates of the Caribbean, Harry Potter, Matrix trilogy, but Lord of the Rings was by far the most influential. Yeah, I can agree with that. Pirates of the Caribbean was quite formative for me, just in terms of like flavor. Beautiful art piece I'm working on. Waterfalls are gorgeous. Thank you, Hira. How you doing? How you going? How you been? While you were into each of those franchises, they just consumed you completely. Yeah. Yep. I get to be the same. Like, whenever I'm locked into something, I am so for a while. WoW character, Thoranda Whisperwind, is the reason you started taking art seriously. Really? The what are they called again? The night elves from Mistress of the Forest. Yeah, cool. I know of her through Hearthstone. I never played WoW myself. You good? Got electrocuted a couple of days ago still. Excuse me, what? You okay? Well, I mean, clearly not. You got electrocuted. What? I'm sorry to hear that. Wanted to be a pirate, be Frodo, be a wizard, be an... It's fun. It's fun to sort of fully invest yourself. Would like to add that you've never played WoW. Oh, yeah, okay. You'd like to play? Yeah, okay, sure. I can see that. Right, did you play Hearthstone? How did you find out about the about the character's design? Google searching? Huh. Yeah, okay. So like I potentially like looking up like elven aesthetics and stuff, and then happening up on the character design. Yeah, okay. I can see that. Fell in love with the art style. Yeah. Hilariously, you worked as a chainmailer for a long time, and you and your boss were asked to do work for a movie from your supplier, and they Don't tell you what movie. Oh, so potentially your work is viewable, but you just don't know where. Oh no. You love classic WoW. It's so cozy. I don't have the what's the word? I don't have the nostalgia associated with it, so I wouldn't imagine that I'd enjoy it in the same way. But your kiddo was a new baby, ended up turning it down because of the time struggles. You found out it was for the WoW movie. No. I actually enjoyed. A lot of people had an issue with that WoW movie, but I liked it. It was fun. That's tough. No burns, thankfully, but you are sore. Had a kitchen mishap. Good thing you were able to break free from it because your partner was asleep at the time. Really scary, but resting out, yeah, good. Not good that it happened. Good that you're resting now, though. Sorry to hear that happened. Oof. 5 years later, you feel like you can actually start giving the art style a crack? Yeah. Well, that's the wonderful thing, right? Is through improvement, you can kind of work your way up to certain art styles. Still at work, sold that car. Nice, congratulations. Gonna post your classic hardcore WoW character art you did? Yeah, sure. Would have made the time if you knew. Yeah. Is what it is. Both watched it with the biggest grump face, judging the chainmail like, we could have been doing that. Should have been us. It's literally it should have been me meme. Oh no. That's tough. That's not, yeah. No. Do what you gotta do. Crab? Yeah, crab. Love my art style. You could never. No, sorry, not to blow you up, but I completely disagree. I think anyone can do what I do. Literally anyone can do what I do. It takes work. Like I won't undersell that. But if you wanted to do this kind of art style, you absolutely could. Got a lot going on here. So that's on big thick black lines, so becomes readable again. I mean, it's just a case of practice. It's honestly just a case of practice. Both huge WoW fans, but now you're just a Hearthstone player to get your fix of the characters and art. Yeah. I don't think I can do I just don't think I can do like big MMOs anymore. Like all of that passion and care and time and that sort of thing, it just goes into, I don't know, life at this point. I'd like to be able to funnel it all into artwork. So I think the idea of trying to get into a big MMO again is just beyond me. I know, how you doing? What made me enjoy drawing landscapes such as these? To be entirely honest, there wasn't like a single eureka moment. Doing okay, EP? Yeah. There wasn't a single eureka moment for me. It was very much so just like getting into D&D, playing, making artwork for my players. Like I would depict scenes for them. And I suppose it was the feeling of depicting a scene and not quite nailing it, that kind of motivated me to try. And then when I put in time to try and learn about landscapes, that's when the passion started kind of bubbling up. So it didn't start with like, oh boy, I really need to like get into art. Like I really needed to get into landscape artwork particularly. But there were certainly inspirations along the way, like the art of like Tyler Jacobson, who does a lot of the illustration work for Wizards of the Coast, specifically D&D stuff. Gonna say Mozart, Monet style like landscaping work with I was very impressionistic to begin with, not in digital artwork, but like back when I was painting on canvas, I was very much so an impressionist. That kind of work was very like aspirational to me. I suppose it was just like a building up of all of these factors kind of all pushed me in this direction, and now I am where I am. It's kind of like it's like where I'm at as a person, you know. Like there's not one thing that makes me me, but it's a whole factor of things that kind of pushed me in the direction that I'm at now. It's the same with landscape art, where it's not one particular factor that pushed me in this direction, but it's a confluence of a bunch of things. The WoW art you did was a huge level up for you. Received the harshest criticism you've ever received on it, but it molded you. Oh, dearie dear. I strongly disagree with that method of bolstering a student. I think it's incredibly reckless. I think it's good that it worked for you, and I'm glad that it did. But I hate it with a fiery passion, because half the time it sinks the student's confidence and just decimates them, and there's no recovering from that. I think, yeah, very much so disagree with the trial by fire approach. You think you needed the wake-up call? For sure. But I would say that you're like the 1% in that regard, right? Where the method worked for you, but 99% of others, it wouldn't work for. Some might say like, well then that means that you are the 1%, as in like you're the very best. But do we really need to sink everybody so that we end up with the very best? Like I'm happy for the 1% to be the very best, that's fine. But do we really need to destroy the love of art for like your average person in order to get to, I think it's reckless. I think it's reckless. It's destructive. It kind of destroys what art for me is, which is like, I don't know, a way to explore oneself. Like, do we really need to destroy people for that? I don't agree. I don't agree. You go through phases. It's the only way that you get time with your duo, but your art suffers when you play too many games. Yeah, well, it's a balancing act, right? You need to draw inspiration from things, but you also need to work on output as well. So you kind of need to strike a balance between the two. Hi, Wooded. How you doing? Zubrovka? Oh, okay. Not sure what it is, but that drink is yours. That's what makes it so cool. Yeah. A bit of lore. Did it feel awkward going from real canvases to digital art? 100%. I still feel like it's less intuitive to work on a digital canvas than it is to work on a real one. My skills on a real canvas are probably worse than a digital one now, just because of the sheer amount of time I've put into digital at this point. But I will always find physical canvases more intuitive, because just the fact that if I have a brush in my hand, I can know that turning the brush changes, like I can get a sharper edge by just turning a flat brush from flat to the edge of the brush, and then I get fine lines at that point. I can spread the brush and kind of fan it, and I end up with a fanned effect. I can splotch with the brush and I get texture. Like I get all of that from the one single brush, whereas digital, I need to filter through different brushes in order to get different. It's just not the same. Like my painting style would probably be different on actual canvas. Depends on the person and energy. Yeah, agreed. Obviously it's not for everyone. Yeah. Yep. He actually said that you should quit. Yeah, see, like, it's dumb. It's dumb to let the spite flow through. A spiteful digi is a wonderful thing, but at the same time, I'm sorry that it happened. Professional concept artist for a game studio too, so it was like very painful. Yeah, yep. It taught you a ton. Great teacher, but maybe a bad person. That's the thing. I strongly feel that you can be a good teacher and a good person. I don't subscribe to the whiplash method. As fantastic as J.K. Simmons is in that movie, I think the moral of the movie is that the villain won. Merely adopted the criticism. I was born with it. Yeah, no, that it's true. If anything, the harshest criticism I could receive is anything that matches up with my inner critic, because then it would just destroy me, I think. Have a ton of respect for him as an artist. You don't think you'd be where you are without him. You plan on destroying him one day? Yeah, do it. Do it. How you going, by the way, Jade? Hope you're doing well. With 2D art when your high school art teacher told you were horrible at it, but you were led back after watching Bob Ross. It's so unnecessarily destructive. I feel as though there are ways of doing the tear down art in a way that you kind of have the consent of the student in the process. Just going at their throat, I feel, is just reckless. It's reckless and dumb. Ever tried doing the same art piece on canvas versus digital? No, because I just don't have a setup where I currently live to where I can paint on canvas anymore. Hopefully in the new place, I'll have the space to be able to do it. We'll see. It'll be something that I eventually work back up to. I have said in the past that I do intend to do some traditional stuff in the new place. Potentially stream it as well. So that's the goal. Whether we hit it or not, we'll see. Can't believe a high school arts teacher would say that to a student. That's the thing. That's the thing. It's a school of thought that is way too common. It's way too common. Want to try some traditional stuff with your silly drawings so bad? It'd be fun. I know that it would be fun. I reckon you'd have a lot of fun with it too. I need to find a way to like set up ventilation, make sure that it's all safe and clean. And the worst thing I could do would be get into traditional art, engage with it, make an absolute mess, and then sink myself in the process, because it's like it's too much to deal with. Like I can't clean up after myself. There's too much. So I need to come at it carefully. Need to find the energy. Yeah. Yep. That's the thing. That's the question. Painted a few silly traditional things before. The cat fur is a problem. Oh. As in getting cat fur on the canvas. Yeah, I suppose. I don't think I've ever been in presence of cat during the painting. The materials are sometimes poisonous. Need consistent open windows. Need consistent open windows and an active drafts. You can usually achieve it with like fans and stuff, but you need something to kind of motivate the ventilation, because otherwise you're breathing in a ton of terrible things. It's all over you all the time. Oh no. Billy, work done? Yeah, good job, bud. Good job. Look after yourself, okay? Drive safe on the way home. I know you're tired, but stop if you need to. It's 7 p.m. I know. Good job. Cat doesn't have to be in the room. The fur is, yeah. Well, thankfully, no, she's not here. I was going to say my little goblin has really short fur, and she doesn't shed, like, I'd say enthusiastically is the word that I'd use. She doesn't shed enthusiastically, so it's not as much of an issue. It's an issue if she's lunging on something consistently. That'll build up a bit of a fur deposit, but most of the time most of the time not an issue. Good. Just designing a lot of outfits and working on learning how to render folds in clothing. Yes. That'll be something that I have to tackle at some point as well. Good luck. Good luck, good luck. Problem mode. Here we go. You'll be fine. Only 10-minute drive. Just pooped. Yeah, okay. It's because of the winter coat. Yeah, that tends to be the case. We used to have a puppy that had like really thick fur, and he'd shed it to an insane degree as soon as it hit summer. So yeah, probably. Always have short fur, but it gets thick in everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, no, my little one doesn't really build up a winter coat like that. Not sure if it's like if it's a cat. She's not like a particular breed. She's a mutt, I suppose. I don't know what the equivalent for the cats would be, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's a breed thing or like a climate thing, or I don't know. Just made an excuse to play dress up with your OC. So you're drawing all the individual items of clothing of different layers, so you can mix and match the new outfits. That's fantastic. That's it reminds me of those like the early internet dress up games. My god, wave of nostalgia. I never played them myself, but my little sister used to a bunch, so the imagery is quite familiar. Quite familiar indeed. What breed is your cat? I don't know. Shed and Farm. What breed is your cat? Menace. Goblin. Creature. Mine's a dumpster pip. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exact line of thought that I was on. To vocalize my thoughts a little bit. I'm happier and happier with the piece, but I'm running into more and more problems. It feels as though every time I what's the word? Whack-a-mole. Every time I whack one of the little alligator faces, like another problem rears its head. I still have an issue fundamentally with the thing at the back. I'm not sure what it is exactly either. I think maybe it's a degree of sharpness. Maybe if I up the sharpness here. Yeah, that could be it. That could be it. Sorry, not to articulate my thoughts. Meh. Oh. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I think it's the fact that I've left this area so ambiguous and fadey, murky, foggy. It's making the rest of it feel kind of weightless. So if I come into another section that isn't supposed to be as foggy, and I sharpen it up while still making it clear that it's part of the same structure, perhaps it'll ground the whole thing without having to sharpen up that bit, is kind of where my brain is going. And I can see that even that has helped quite a bit. So if I continue along that line of thought, perhaps we're on the money at that point. Eat this? Oh, thank you, Digi. I appreciate it. Normalize calling a cat breed where you or a friend found it. Yeah, she's a the street cat. I found her on the street. Never had a Reese's cup. Yeah, correct. I've never had a Reese's cup. We don't have them here in Australia. We do now, but it's not something that we grew up with. So again, I just don't have a nostalgic attachment to it. Need a break? How's a 5-minute scribble? Am I doing in terms of time? No, I haven't ignored a break. I have not ignored a break. But yeah, I'd be happy to do a 5-minute scribble if you'd like. I have no issue with that. Shall we do a little blast from the past as well while we're at it? So this was before, after, before, after. It's come a little bit. It's come along a little bit. There are some elements to this that I really like, actually. I like how almost what's the word? Like noxious the water looks, but I don't, as fun as it is, I don't think I'd incorporate it. Like I'm enjoying how like lagoon, fog, moody the water is in its current state. But a little note in the back of my head that if I up the vibrancy, I can make it look almost toxic. 5-minute break. Okay. What would you like, did you? What do you have on the brain? A little bit. It's a big improvement. Yes and no. I would say that there are some elements that still need fixing. Like, I feel like the tavern reads quite clearly in this, where as soon as we move over to here, I kind of lose a little bit of it. I need to find a way of defining it a little bit more, I think. Take the cobble. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. So, thank you. Preliminary sketch of the quest broker. Oh, okay. I'll depict it as almost like a wanted poster, I think is the way that I'll do it. 5 minutes on the clock. Still needs to be improved. Doesn't mean that it hasn't been improved. Yeah, I know. I think it's because I'm so shaky on how I want it to be finished that I'm failing to notice the trees for the forest. That's what you're looking for, like a police sketch artist? Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Challenge yourself to not use any special brushes for these clothing rendering, and cable knit sweaters are tricky. They are, because I've seen a lot of artists use like different texture brushes to quickly get the cable knit out of the way to avoid it. And it's also a question of like, how much time do you spend rendering all the cable knit, or do you kind of just allude to the texture? You got this though. You got this. Okay. Visuals of the quest giver. As a police sketch artist, it's not quite done yet. Give me 2 more weeks. Correct, yeah. Correct. Me to a T. Before we start proper, let's kind of go in this direction. And then from here. Digi, can you roll a D20 for me, please? For clarity, I'm asking for a D20 roll to see how clear the sketch is. Oh no.
Oh, dearie dear. That's that's
That's rough. That's rough. That's rough. Okay, all right. With that in mind, here we go. Here we go. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. There's the heads up. I've got time. Of course, I start on another element just as I'm about to run out. There we go. You have your mysterious person in question. Wanted. Love the scarf, yeah. I was confused as to where to go with it on a 1. If anything, it's like, is this sketch even accurate, you know? Have you seen this man? Report any and all information to Pluck the Goblin in the Cozy Tavern. Yeah. It's perfect. There you go. There you go. Here, let me just chuck a little scribble down the bottom. Oop. There we are. And yeah, that is your 5-minute sketch. Done, dusted, sorted, finito. Ba-boom. Hey. Can I make that the cover photo for the case file? Yeah, could do. I think I can do it in post. It might have to be a repost in order to get the image at the front, but yeah. Time for me to step away for a couple of minutes though. I'm gonna run some ads while I'm away, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the rest of the stream. BRB. If you haven't gotten up for the past hour, I recommend that you do. You stretch, you grab a snack, whatever you got to do. Yeah, BRB. See you soon. Ah, wrong one. It's tough, okay? Hello. Hop. Okay. All right. What to do next? What to do next? That's right. I was crisping up some of the line work, quote unquote line work, over on this left side. I'm a One Piece manga enjoyer. Yeah, correct. I'm up to date with it. Why do you ask? Gonna be proud of you. After a 2-year hiatus, you've gone from Impel Down to Fishman Island. Ooh. Hell yeah. Okay. So, yeah. So what, that's... Yeah, okay, so you've gone through, as you said, Impel Down. What was Impel Down? Then Summit, and then not Summit. Yeah. No, so you've gone through like 2 and a bit arcs. Nice. It's my recommended Marine Fort. Yeah, Marine Fort. That's right. So you've gone through Impel Down, Marine Fort. Then you've gone through the time skip stuff, and then Fishman Island. Nice. Yeah, good. It's the recommended format. It is what I recommend for people if they're new to One Piece. It's like how should I enjoy One Piece? My like tip top recommendation is read all of it. And as you're reading, if you're really interested in like the biff bang of fight scenes and stuff, you can go to the anime to watch some of the fight scenes after you've read them. But I recommend reading the entire thing because the pacing's just so much better. The pacing is just so much better. I've tried to sit down with a friend to watch some of the One Piece anime, and it's so tough. There's like a minute and a half of like retrospective, like catching you up to date, then the intro, and then like 15 minutes of episode, and then there's another 2.5 minutes of outro. It's so rough. It's so rough. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people swear by it as well. You've arrived with your cat with you? Nice. Welcome, Cherry and Cherry's cat. How you doing? It's every anime. I mean, but I feel as though it's especially egregious with maybe it's serialized anime specifically that you're making reference to, like Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, that sort of thing. But I tend to find like smaller, like Death Note doesn't have that problem, for example. It just has good pacing throughout the entire thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just particularly fussy now. Anime has great moments, but so many flashbacks, so many silent scenes with people just looking at each other. Yeah. There was an entire episode of Sanji standing on a boat that I had to be subjected to. I don't see it myself. I don't see the appeal. You love them, but sometimes it gets to be a bit too much. Yeah. Yep. Like 8 minutes of every episode has story development, you reckon? That's the thing, is like 8 minutes of something actually happening, and then the rest of it is just a filler, and it drives me up the wall. DBZ was that way. Believe it or not, I never watched DBZ. That's not true. I watched bits of DBZ. I never sat down and watched the entire series. The majority of how I know about what happens in Dragon Ball Z is from the games. Because the games did a better job of summarizing the events at a decent pace as compared to the show, where there was a ton of just like, hello. Hello. Camera's being a pervert again, looking at my ears. It's a shame Death Note was like bad decisions the whole time. Was it? I enjoyed Death Note substantially, like, very much so. Powering through it because you're talented enough to read subtitles while you do uni work. So, whoa, okay, that is impressive. That is impressive at that point, yeah. Hi Metal, how you doing? Welcome. DBZA was easier to grab your attention for the same thing, for the same reason, right? Because the pacing was good, but then you also kind of get like all of the main beats of the story as well. It's called abridged for a reason. You need read Dragon Ball Super, watch the first 2 episodes of DBZ, so you're kind of an expert. It's true. Death Note is so butts. I disagree, but hey, disagreement is a natural thing. Love Death Note. That was your first anime? Yeah. Same Z's. Also enjoyed Death Note, but they made such bad teen choices. As in the characters? Fish hot dog? Yeah. Your first anime was Fairy Tail? Really? Yeah, okay. My first anime was probably Dragon Ball. But the first anime that I sat down and watched intentionally was Mare. M-A with a little double accent over it. Merkin Awakens Romance. It was fine. It was the most like average anime of all time, but I thought it was heckin' great. Back with audio. Welcome back. Your opinion on Death Note was that Kira was overconfident in his abilities and not as smart as he thought that he was. That's why he lost in the end. That's why you dislike it. Well, I thought that was fantastic because I felt like it did a wonderful job of setting up that character flaw. Because the entire point is like, who has the hubris to play God, you know? And the answer is Light Yagami. But like, these are powers beyond humanity, and nobody could be so brash as to think that they could get away with it forever. And the thought that he was untouchable was what his downfall was. Went through Fairy Tail on a friend's recommendation. I think people hate on it too much. The ending sucks, but the pacing's pretty good. The characters are fun. I got through, I want to say 75% the way through Fairy Tail. I was keeping up to date with it. I presume it goes for another 25% based off of like where I was at. I don't know. It was fine. It was fine, I guess. Nothing to really write home about. Not that it was bad. It's just I don't know, not my cup of tea. First animes were Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, technically, but you only saw them in a Brazilian restaurant before you learned Portuguese and had zero context for what is happening. No, that's kind of why I said like technically my first intentional anime, because I think like non-intentional anime was like Dragon Ball or Ghost in the Shell or something. There was a channel called Toonami that would just have random anime on back in the day, and I kind of passively enjoyed a little bit from there, but I had absolutely no idea what was going on. Does Atla count as an anime? Because that would be your first technically. Avatar: The Last Airbender? No, probably not. Like inspired by anime, but not quite. I asked something similar the other day, Jerry. I asked if Studio Ghibli technically counts as anime. Your first was Fruit Basket? Yeah, okay. Fair. I went through a stint watching a few of like the romance ones, but I don't think I stuck with Fruit Basket. I think by the time that I was going through that genre, the animation style was a little bit grating on the eyeballs. No, anime is specifically Japanese animation, so Ghibli is anime. The consensus before was that Ghibli is not. So I'm dazed and confused. Probably Sailor Moon or a dub version of the kids show like Pokemon or something. Yeah, or like Yu-Gi-Oh or something. Yeah. Something like Pokemon, maybe? Pokemon might have been my first one. Something like that. Is Studio Ghibli not Japanese? It's less that it's not Japanese and more like it's not an animated like show. And it doesn't have like a similar styling to like traditional anime. But like even then, like Death Note doesn't have like a traditional anime styling to it, and it still counts as an anime. So maybe it's the fact that it's a movie as opposed to a show. I'm not sure. You had a massive crush on Kyo. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Who did I have a crush on? There was a character in Mare whose name was Dorothy, and I remember crushing on that character a little bit back in the day. Watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Preferred Yu-Gi-Oh! To Pokemon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the coolest. It's one of those things that was quite formative for me, I feel. Short romance, fun popcorn flicks like Clannad. You enjoy that way? I think Kaguya-sama is the only romance that was above popcorn flick for you. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Like has a little bit more substance to it for you. You don't consider Pokemon that much of an anime, but that's more of a personal thing. That's fair. I mean, it is. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like it's made for a product similar to like the Transformers animated show type deal, but it is like a TV show animated by anime production studios in Japan. Like, does it count as anime? I think it's a case of like degrees of canon, right? You've got like the true canon anime, whatever, where it's an animated manga. There you go. There's like true canon, whatever. Then the next one would be like animated based off of like a light novel or like a comic or something, maybe not technically a manga. And then it like keeps going up from there. And then eventually it'd end up at like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Where well, I mean, even Yu-Gi-Oh! Was based off of a manga initially. So it's tough to call. Half of Demon Slayer is movies. That's where it becomes complicated, right? To be Hero, an anime, and it's 5% 3D show made in China. Yeah, well, exactly. Like, is it? I mean, it's on Crunchyroll. Does that count? So many Pokemon movies that, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. Hi, Kels. How you doing? Welcome. We are discussing anime. I'm of a non-purist perspective where I deem like if you consider it to be anime and it could be anime, then it's fine. But there are some people that it really aggravates if you were to call it an anime. And sure, like different degrees of investment for different people. I think it's fine. Whatever makes you happy, I'm in that camp. I'm absolutely in that camp. There'd be some bit like Avatar: The Last Airbender, I think, is pushing it a little bit because it's an English show animated by an English production company, and has been outwardly stated inspired by anime. Like, I think at that point, probably not an anime. But even then, if somebody were to call it an anime, I like doesn't like my day is not ruined at that point, you know. Don't think you've ever openly admitted that you had a crush on an anime character. I mean, we're all human, right? We all have our vices. Some of us, you know, crush after pixels. What can I say? Mr. Mime from that episode of Pokemon. Who like hot under the collar. That's all I could. It's tough. Your hot take is Naruto's butts. Naruto became butts at the very, 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 very end. But I have a strong belief in the fact that it was quite good for a while. Again, I'm probably speaking exclusively from the perspective of a manga reader. Naruto had so much filler. So much filler. How can Pokemon be an anime when they're creatures? The Pokemon anime, however, is an anime. What? How can Pokemon be an anime when they are creatures? The Pokemon anime, however, is an anime. Sure. Still salty about Promised Neverland? Ooh, I remember part of it. Promised Neverland. That was the one where it was characters locked up in like a prison, right? Fact that I get raided into so much allows for a funny sequence of events. In what way, Harold? What happened? I didn't get raided, did I? Mr. Mime. No judgment here, okay? This is a judgment-free zone. Only rather watch only very mainstream anime for the rest of my life, or only isekai animes. Oh, that's brutal. Probably just isekai, I think. Oh, some isekai get budget. Some isekai get a bit of budget. I was going to say mainstream anime gets a bit more budget, so I'd probably... it's tough. Probably just isekai, I think, because then I could consume other forms of animation, like Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is not an anime. I'd be able to watch that and with a smile on my face. Like an orphanage prison thing. Yep. Very random question. Has anyone played Poppy's Playtime? No, I've seen little clips of it, but I haven't watched it myself. Let you build up a 7-stream streak when you weren't following yet. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, I'm seeing the funny series of events then, yeah. Well, look who it is. It's Mahali again. How you doing though, Harold? Hope you're doing well. You would have sexual relations with Mr. Mime if you were drunk? I mean, that speaks to... that speaks to something. I'm not entirely sure of what, but it speaks to something. And that's a sentence you wish you didn't read. You liked who you were 30 seconds ago. There are always these events that take place that change us fundamentally. It just so happens that Alt's declaration was one of these canonical events. Doing okay? Just waking up? Good morning. Good morning. For those in chat who have, assuming that they have, may ask a plot-related question, even in whispers. I can't answer for others, but what was Poppy's Playtime? Yeah, so yeah, I'd answer if I could, but I probably can't. Mr. Mime would have to consent. It would have to be legal and culturally. Yeah. Correct. relations with Mr. Mime, entered the tavern at a strange time. Oh no, just look away, look away. How you doing, bud? How you doing? No judgment here, like you said. Whatever keeps you happy. Exactly, exactly. As long as it's not crimes. Just no crimes, okay? No crimes and we're good. Mascot horror really isn't your thing. Yeah, that's the case with me as well. Is like I never caught on to the Five Nights at Freddy's craze. It was kind of past my time. Ever finished To Be a Hero X? I struggled. I struggled to keep watching just because it's the issue that I'm having with the Witcher book that I'm reading at the moment. I just struggle with anthologies. I struggle with anthologies because I reach a point where one of the stories concludes and I go, sweet, that was satisfying. Yum, yum, yum. Off I go. And then I go and do something else and then I don't come back. And To Be Hero X was just that the whole way through. Like story. I kept pushing and I got through like a majority of them, but I didn't end up finishing it, no. You almost forgot? Oh, with the natural 20, good lord. You put your silhouette studies you did today in art share. There's a blur put in there, not to highlight on stream, just about how important this exercise was for you. Reading it isn't required. No, that's completely fine. I feel like adding context to something that you're working on is recommended if it helps to like clarify where you're at with it. Just over here to lose sanity points. With Alt's message from before, yeah, psychic damage for all of us. After your frustration with your art over the last 2 days, thought I might like to see it. Yeah, absolutely. No, please, by all means, celebrate the wins. I think it's important. Hear Me Out, so Mr. Mime is a good one, but also terrible. Okay, hear me out. It's not what it sounds like. What Mr. Mime and I have is special. When I confided in Mr. Mime about my feelings and he responded with, Mr. Mime, I don't know, he got me, you know? He understood me through and through. So happy that I'm an enjoyer of both. I see Kels in quite a few streams actually. It's always fun. Like, I've found Waldo. Do the part with the little Johnny and Ghostblade overlapped about Ghostblade abandoning his daughter. That was the best part of the show in your opinion? Ghostblade. No, we just found out about X, who was the hero who's shown up out of nowhere in the previous story. That was where I had left off on it. Unemployed Calcifer is dangerous. Oh, no. Where you least expect. In the rafters. Under a box. In the attic. Headed to bed. It's been really lovely as always. Believe the art is getting there. It is getting there. we're on to like the nitty gritty detail stuff now, which is promising because it means that we're kind of in that final stretch. So I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic. We'll get there. We'll get there. Look after yourself, bud. Thank you for hanging out. Sleep well. Sleep well. Look after yourself. I think that's Queen's story where that happens. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Where she was at the top of the food chain, and then she'd had the confrontation with X, and then it like knocked her out of the tournament thing. Yeah. Take my time with it. It's special. Yeah, I should take my time with it, and then also be a bit gentle with myself. I think will be the two prominent pieces of advice that I should take to heart when wrapping it up. I think. Yeah, I dislike the fact that this shape is the same as this shape. Repetition is one thing, but doesn't seem intentional. Is there something I can do to break it up a little bit? Maybe something like that? Change the nature of the block? Yeah, I could do something like that. That works. For a moment, thought the owl was part of the painting before I zoomed out. Yeah, Quill do be snoozing in the corner. He likes to vibe. Oh no. As tough. Get my shape reps in. I know. I need to at least get like 3 sets of 10 reps, I think is the recommended. Averaged out at least. Yeah. With your powers combined, you rolled a 20. Three sets of 10 squares and 4 sets of 5 circles is what you usually do. Yeah. Well, it just leads to a healthier lifestyle. I don't disagree. Oh, did you? Did you, after you've been sat now for a little while at one of the tables with the wanted poster in hand that you'd been given by the barkeep? You'd been asking a few questions, and you did a little bit of rummaging and found one of the early "Have you seen?" ... So you're looking at the poster, and then you see the parchment flit through the window. You're off immediately, feet leaving the floor as you dash across the room to grab the parchment as it's pinned to the wall. You remove it from its dagger, and it reads, "A hooded figure." Oh, God. What are the chances? What are the chances? A hooded figure is wanting a weapon that suits them. Choose at least one challenge. Style, street art, technique, use only straight lines, or detail, include 3 light sources. Ooh. Okay. What is street art? Just like, I don't know, things akin to like graffiti or mural, like mural work. So anything with like heavy stencil work or like stylized like loopy shaping. Enough to get your art fit, but not swole. Don't want to look like an art muscle freak. Yeah, exactly. What do you think? Does it seem like an appealing quest to embark on? Take your time with the answer. You don't have to answer immediately. We've got time. This hooded figure wants a weapon. He shall have it. Excellent. Okay. What should I put you down for? You can speak for him. Style, technique, or detail. 3 light sources? Okay. You mutter 3 light sources, and when you do, almost in response to your words, the quill starts to move, scrawls your name at the bottom of the page, and locks you into the deal. Okay. Sweet. The hooded figure, whoever they happen to be, I'm sure is going to be incredibly impressed with the outcome. I can't wait. Five-minute scribble. We've only got about 10 minutes left of the stream, if that. Alt, so I'll refund you the points, and we can tackle it again next time. We can tackle it again next time. Articulation is tough when your brain is a slurry. Your rewards, power-ups, requests, 5-minute scribble. Where art thou? There we are. Alts. There you go. There are your points. You have your points back. Hi Noctua, how you doing? Maybe you'll deliver it to him personally? Oh no, that sounds like a threat. Speaking of threats. How you doing? Can deny the 5-minute scribble again. Didn't get your points back, trust. No, it is a thing that I'm only able to do once. Once it has been denied, it goes away. That is a very funny thought, though. No, seriously, though, I didn't get the points, I swear. Speaking of, struggling to wake up. Yeah, that's a mood. That's a mood. Well, I hope you slept well at the very least. Tend to struggle waking up at 8 PM as well. It's true. Your rolls are hot fire today? 2 18s and a 19. Yeah, you're on a roll. Well, that's sort of saying to Pretender the other day is that that's the way that the RNG tends to go, is that you'll have these big long stints of bad luck, but then you'll have a big long stint of good luck to follow. No, the perfect weapon for the quest giver? A blade that was long foretold? The blade of many words, perhaps? I see what you're cooking up. Spent the afternoon doing Loomis method tutorials. Not gonna lie, I helped you so damn much. The heads, yeah. Yep. Loomis heads are incredibly good to have in the back pocket. Just because if you're struggling, you don't necessarily need to use them every time. But if you're struggling with a particular face or whatever, you've always got them as a backup. As like, I'm struggling, what do I do? Default to Loomis head. I've got something to work with now. The very same! Scrivener! Oh, glorious. Love Loomis heads. They're fun. They're fun. I do so much better knowing that there's like a semblance of a rule. Even if I choose to break said rule, knowing that the rule exists helps, because I know kind of how to break it. So I will forever be grateful to Loomis heads for that reason. Rules can be very helpful. Yes. Yep. Because that's the thing is you'll have people who swear up and down. They'll swear up and down like, art is about liberation. Art is about true freedom. Not a single rule or law to be found. If you constrain yourself with laws, then you're not being creative at all. I fundamentally disagree with these people because art is about communication. Fundamentally, art is about communication, whether it's communicating a visual or a vibe or a state of emotion or whatever it happens to be. And if you're communicating with a set of your own made-up rules that don't like latch onto anything. Maybe it's about communicating to yourself at that point, sure, but you're opting out of communicating with others if you don't use like a universal form of communication. Your communication might be that you're going against the grain. That's cool, but you at least need to know the language in order to understand what rules you're breaking to begin with. I think it's a really important, I don't know, way to kind of track how you're engaging with the language of art, is like how familiar you are with the rules. You don't necessarily need to use them after you learn them, but knowing them can be really important for getting certain points across. If you're getting frustrated at the fact that people aren't picking up on the fact that like this piece of art is about tragedy, why are you guys not picking up on the fact that it's about my sadness? It's like, well, you've drawn a happy sun with sunglasses on, with a big smile, and it's waving. How am I supposed to induct sadness from this? You're going against everything that sadness could, any method that sadness could be communicated through. So it's a way to be able to communicate your intentions. So at the end of the day, I strongly feel like rules are important to at least know of or know about. But hey, you do you. But if you are getting frustrated at the fact that you can't communicate your vision, rules might be the way to go. Hi, Ruly. Another POV of the same house? Or the same one? Yeah, same one. Ah, boom. Rules are good for leveling up and helping hand? Yeah, correct. Swear the same thing, but you swear left and right instead of up and down. You just swear it all over the place. The quest broker works as a medium for artistic works because he has the power to bring drawings to the real world. Cough, cough. Is that a drop of a piece of info? Is that a nugget? Is that a new nugget? If only there was somebody who was particularly invested in who the quest giver was. If only that person was exposed to this new piece of truth. Questbroker is Mahali's character. No, I think that's a viable piece of info. Alt. I like it. Let it be canon. At the very least, it's a rumor. Correct. Yeah, at the very least, it's a rumor. In the file is something I heard that the quest broker is 7'3" and is very good at basketball. It's just a rumor, though. Like the Pit King wants a new throne, so he requests one from the quest broker. Request it to us. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that the quests are all of items or like objects, right? So I feel as though the logic could follow. Or people. Candlekeeper. Yeah, but even the Candlekeeper is one of the people asking for things, right? Like it's one of the clients. What's actually requested from the Candlekeeper is always like an object or item or something, you know? Good pickup though, Ruly. Good pickup. Hi, Miz. Hey, Dawn. Welcome, welcome. We've hit 4 hours. We've hit 4 hours. Ho hum. I need to decide exactly what I'm doing with the rocks in the foreground. The middle ground and background I'm getting happier with. The middle ground and background I'm getting a lot happier with. Like it's feeling better. It's feeling a lot better. The foreground though needs a little bit of work. The beachfront I'm a lot happier with as well. Like overall, macro, a lot happier with the piece. But there are certain elements that I need to rack my brain to figure out. Need to rack my brain to figure out. You feeling brain fried? Yeah, me too. Me too. Does ask for portraits every now and again, but even still, they're portraits, right? Like, think ye oldie classic portrait. I'm presuming that they're framed. Every minute I stream past 4, I've got to stream for another minute. Oh dearie dear, the slippery slope of streaming. I will call it there though. I will call it there. Streamers a lot, if you're being honest. Yeah. No, especially if it's a particularly exciting stream and people are amped up. I get that. I get that. Sorry that I have to call it here though, Miz. Just as you're like, just put up my feet. But Mahali got to sleep too. Mahali got to sleep too. But yeah, I hope you're doing okay. Basically what I'm saying. Yes, before I head off, a couple of things. One, we've got a Hearthside coming up this weekend on Sunday. I'll have the details for that up basically now after stream. I'll type up the details for that. So if you're curious as to what a Hearthside is, how to sign up for it, that sort of thing, you'll find all of that on the Discord. And then the second thing is for the monthly art prompt, for the monthly art fair for March, we'll be doing that next Monday. I've given a little bit of extra time, given that February's shorter, and then like some of the stuff in Feb has been kind of pushed around a little bit, so it makes sense to me at the very least to give us a little bit of extra room on the other end. So if you're hankering for what the next prompt is, next Monday, like this upcoming Monday, same for like when I'm going to have a look at all of the prompts for February. So if you're still working on yours and you want to get yours in before I start looking at them, you've got a little bit of time. So Monday's the deadline for that. And I think that's everything. Gonna do some art about it for a bit, you think? Yeah, good. Good way of processing it. Give me a shout, Miz, if you want to chat. If talking about it would help. I'll be awake for the next couple of hours if you did want to talk. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending where you are. Look after yourselves. Catch you later. Bye.